Hello everybody! Welcome back to another Sunday night stream. Tonight, Sega Saturn games. Not much to say, so I'm going to get the game fired up right away. But, yeah, Sega Saturn, we're going to start with Clockwork Orange, which is a strange game. It's a strange little platformer, but it's got a lot of charm. It's fun. If you like Donkey Kong Country, this is basically that plus Toy Story. It's a good game. But play that. Some other Saturn stuff. Now with real discs, playing on real hardware. RGB. We're gonna skip this intro here. This game has an intro song and an outro song featuring vocals. Done by the same woman who I think it's the same woman who did that Super Mario Odyssey song. Probably sounds like her. But yeah, this game is, it's a trip. It's a trip for sure. I'm gonna give ourselves some more lives here. This game isn't very long. I think you can beat this in probably like 45 minutes, so we're gonna try and do that. I played through it once a few weeks ago. I was like, man, I gotta come back to this one. Yeah, this is the Japanese version. All the Saturn games I have, the physical Saturn games I have, the real games I have are Saturn because they are significantly cheaper than their American counterparts. Yeah. I skipped the intro cutscene, but it's basically Toy Story. I think it came out like a year before Toy Story though, but it's Toy Story. Toys come alive at night. They have all sorts of fun. And Chelsea back there, I think that's her. Clockwork Knight's girlfriend or something got kidnapped, so we gotta go save her. You know, your basic platformer plot. But I imagine this game could be speedrun pretty efficiently. Mechanics feel pretty good. Yeah, I wanted to play some light stuff before we started all the spooky horror stuff next week. So, start with this goofy game. Oh yeah. But like I said, this game is like maybe 45 minutes long, an hour, tops. Hey Malice. Yeah, this game is insane. You just wait. Oh my god. Yeah, the first boss, I was like, wait a minute. I was like briefly considering, like, is this gonna turn into a horror game? But no. But this was the launch game for the Saturn. So like, check out what the Saturn can do. Like, oh shit. So yeah. We'll try and rush it. So I beat it once a few weeks ago for the first time, and a lot of fun. So we'll try and do this nice and quick. How's your week been, Mouse? World Toys, cool perfume. This game is... This is a trip. Oh my god. There's a sequel to this too, although I don't know if it's so much a sequel really as like the second half of this game. Because this game, obviously story is not really the focus here, but it basically ends like halfway through. So at some point in the future we'll play Clockwork Knight Part 2, which is also on the Saturn, and I think came out like 6 months later. Did you see the Mario movie casting? Yes, I did! And I had to check my pulse because I thought I was going insane. But yeah, I'm interested. I do think it's a little strange and maybe a little uncool that Charles Martinet is not the voice of Mario. Hopefully there's a good reason for that, other than, yeah, we wanted a big celebrity to be, you know, for the cast here, like Chris Pratt. But Charlie Day as Luigi is pretty awesome. Pretty much everybody else I'm fine with. Seth Rogen as Donkey Kong is pretty much spot on. It's like very strange, but we live in strange times, so yeah. So this is the boss I was talking about. This first boss here. Like, what in the world is going on here? You know, maybe this is a good start for Halloween season. Maybe I should have waited. No, it's really just this boss that's very strange. Oh, shit. Pretty good. I just drew and listened to music most of the week. Nice. That sounds good. I was really busy this week. Oh, shit. I thought it was a joke until there was no punchline at the direct. If only. Maybe I should give a live-action movie another crack here. Why not? You know. Oh, damn. Yeah, I gotta focus. This is more creative than anything I'll ever make in my life. It is pretty out there, but keep at it. You'll come up with something this weird. Alright, let me focus here. Take out this strange boss. I'm glad he falls over once you start hitting him with the key there. Otherwise that might look a little strange. Phase 2, here we go. Oh, shit. Alright, we got him. I think. Yeah. Alright. Did I see there's an ActRaiser remake coming out? Yeah, I did. I don't think it looks very good, to be honest. It's cool that get the original composer, but I'm not sure about that graphic style. There's a GameSack review I watched earlier too. It seems to have like some big performance problems, especially on Switch. It's like, I don't know. Alright, welcome to Kevin's room. Another mustachioed homie telling us what to do. Thrilling stuff. I do like this game's soundtrack quite a bit though. It's got some really cool tracks. It definitely has kind of that Super Mario World kind of like ragtime vibe going on. Yeah, I'd want to double check the release dates for this versus Toy Story, because I'm pretty sure this came out first, but I could be wrong. I'd be close at very least. Never saw Toy Story 4, but mostly because I think Toy Story 3. I don't think there's a need for Toy Story 4. I'll just put it that way. But if they make another one, they should definitely get this guy in there. This guy's name is like Pepperoncho or something like that. Pepperoncho. Oh no. Yeah, what? I'm gonna look this up while the next level loads here. Toy Story release date. So the OG Toy Story came out 95. Also 90. This is also 95. Japan, November 1994. Oh. So they came out pretty close to each other. Yeah. Weird. Maybe they saw a trailer for Toy Story and were really inspired. Maybe the concept of like toys coming to life, you know, is... Well, it's solely Toy Story, I guess. Yeah, this is definitely a Mario type track here. Yeah, now watch those platforms, guys. You can't stand on those, I guess. Yes, the Keyblade! Exactly. Nomura, you hack! You unoriginal bastard. You just played Clockwork Knight. Oh, close one. It's like my post-2000 aesthetic is Clockwork Knight and lots of zippers. Oh, God! Alright, no more fooling around here. He's a little slippery once he gets going. Pepperoncho here. Yeah, alright. Train has left the station. Sega should really reboot this this series here. I think that'd be pretty sweet to see. Oh shit. Make the jump! That was close. Good God. Yeah, forget about Sonic. Forget about Shenmue. Shinobi. Altered Beast. Forget about all that. It's all about Clockwork Knight. Oh. Alright. Let's get out of here. Yeah, you gotta land on the missing letters there. I don't think I've done that a single time, but that's what you're supposed to do there. Another one of the other Clockwork Knights. Imagine like an RTS in this setting. I just popped in my mind for some reason. Have like the different toy factions. The Knights. The Gundams, like this guy here. A little bit of foreshadowing. He's on that Sega Saturn poster the whole time. You didn't think he was going to show up? Well, here he is. Alright. Watch that boomerang attack. Also back attack. A Civ game, but it's just a kid's bedroom. I think that would be genuinely a very cool idea. Like the wind-up toys, the stuffed animals, the G.I. Joes. Oh shit. What are you doing down there, Pepperoncho? Oh boy. There you go. Oh, we gotta do the train level again? Oh boy. Alright, well at least I'm gonna do it in one try this time. Oh wait, there's another level before that! Alright, let's see how fast I can rush this. It's like a box of milk or something, I think. Maybe his sister's room could be like the new world. Well, that's kind of how this goes. Like, you start in Betsy's room, and then you're in Kevin's room here. You do go into the kitchen. I think those might be my favorite levels. And then, the attic is the last world in this. Damn it. Alright. Trying to find the balance between rushing and just getting my ass kicked. The last boss is pretty cool in this one. Yeah. Let the monkey bowl. There we go. Yes. These little vacuum cleaner guys, their hitboxes are a little messed up, I think, but it's alright. Alright. Okay. Oh no! Now we're back to the train. I'm assuming those guys are probably giving you some tips for the level ahead. Or maybe they're dropping some lore. let's keep the toy theme rolling for game ideas. I've been saying for the last couple that I really want to see a Souls game that has kind of like an Egyptian or Mayan kind of theme. That or, you know, Space Station, you know, like Metroid Souls, basically. But now that I think about it, let's get Toy Souls. Pepperocho armor set. Get some cameos from the Dark Souls characters. Be like an Ornstein action figure that pops up. He's like hidden under the couch or something. Oh. Huh? What's going on here? Oh. Missed the train. There we go. Catch a second one. Very easy to dance in this game. So that was a nice thing to do. Wait a minute, what? Oh? I don't think I've ever gone this route before. Did I just discover a secret level? Yeah, I don't remember this one. Let's see what happens here. Or is that just an alternate exit? Just an alternate exit. Did I ever play the Army Men PS1 games? You play as a Green Army Man twice. Yeah, I did. Well, I didn't play... I don't think I played any of the PS1 games. Let me think. I played Sarge's Heroes. Army Men Sarge's Heroes 1 and 2 on pretty much every platform at that time. For some reason. I rented the N64 game, I think. Me and my brother back in the day. Sarge's Heroes. And I enjoyed it. It's like, okay, you know, it's like a fun enough game. But for some reason, he became obsessed. Army Men Sarge's Heroes 1 and 2. He played the hell out of those. So not only did he wanted to play them on every system, so we had Sarge's Heroes on the N64, PS1, and Dreamcast. And then same thing for the sequel. I say the Dreamcast versions were really cool because they had like a reflective, shiny effect on the character models. So that was really sweet. Based on my memory, if you were going to go back and play those, I would recommend the Dreamcast versions for sure. Shit! Say, Pepperocho seems to have a problem turning around. That's the only criticism I would have with these controls. It's a little floaty, but not bad. We're gonna kick this guy's ass this time. Here we go. But I think there was an Army Men RTS, right? In that series? I know there were lots of games in there, but... I think there might have been an RTS. Yeah, I like those games. Yeah, they're fun. Same with this. My favorite levels, though, were always like the ones real world. You know, you're like running around like the kitchen or whatever. There was also a game on the Dreamcast called Toy Commander. It's basically the same premise, except we were flying around and driving around instead of it being like an action game. I mean, it was an action game, but it was like vehicle based, you know? Yeah, the voice acting in those Army Men games was alright. I remember there was General Plastro. It was the same voice actor as Minsk from Baldur's Gate, but also he was Cat from Cat Dog. That was a cartoon. All right, this is your classic memory game here. Let's see, going for the life. Yes! Excellent. I'm done now for now. That's fine. So when I played this a few weeks ago, it was the English version burned on a CD. So I do remember what options those are, fortunately. Here we go. Kitchen. The real stuff. Yeah, this is where it gets real good. Watch out for those cleaning supplies, Pepperoncho. Yeah. A nice chill soundtrack. Just gonna check something here on the Saturn. One sec. There we go. It's like looking a little pink. I don't think my video cable wasn't plugged in all the way. Better now. I spent a large part of today cleaning my my different consoles and stuff, checking out the capacitors and stuff. So unfortunately, that's something I learned recently. You have to kind of keep track of with the older systems. You know, once you start hitting like around 20 years, you got to replace the capacitors inside, lest the whole thing get destroyed. Yeah, the music is wild. I love it. Some of these little footballs. Like slippery countertops. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm surprised Sega didn't do more with this series. I mean, it was developed internally. Like I said, there was this one and then basically the second half of the game, which they released like 6 months later. But, I mean, I think this is a series that you could do a lot with, you know? It'd be really cool to see a modern version of this. It could still be 2.5D like this and everything, but alright. Consoles get old and life keeps going on. Yeah, it's true. But fortunately with the console stuff, it's not too hard to maintain them. Some of the mod stuff is tricky, but like replacing capacitors isn't so bad. It's pretty basic, like soldering. I'm going to be installing, I'm going to be getting something called an X Station installed in my PS1 pretty soon, which is just, it's an ODE, you know, so you can pop an SD card in your PS1. That's a pretty tricky install. That one's pretty crazy. I'm a total amateur when it comes to soldering, so that's something beyond my skill set, but there's lots of people out there who can do those kinds of mods. And that's what I'm going to be doing, hiring somebody else to do it. Alright. Oh no! Watch out for the running water. Definitely stands out. I'm surprised they didn't push it much more. Yeah, I was always like, I was Nintendo as a kid, basically up until the PS1 came out, and then I was into both, you know, Nintendo and Sony, but I never heard much about the Saturn. I mean, I knew it existed, but I just, like, I didn't know anybody who had one, and it just wasn't on my radar. So, stuff like this, like, I never heard about, I never saw. I didn't know about this until recently, but the Saturn, Sega made a lot of really weird and kind of stupid choices with it, unfortunately. That's kind of Sega's legacy when they were still making consoles, just making lots of strange, weird decisions. Like, the US release of the Saturn, they released it like 6 months early or something without really telling retailers. They just like surprised them by shipping a bunch of Saturns like, hey, here you go, start selling the Saturn now. But only to some manufacturers, or I should say to some retailers, not all of them. So, like KB, for example, like KB or KB Toys or whatever, they got really pissed off when that happened. They were like, you know what? We're not going to sell any Sega stuff from now on. So it's like, congratulations, guys. You just cut out like a major retailer of your product, your new console here. Just lots of weird, boneheaded decisions. Then before that, you had all like the weird Genesis add-ons, the CD, the 32X. It's like, you announced your successor console, the Sega Saturn. Hey, this thing's gonna be coming out in like a year. Oh, okay. Oh, but in the meantime, like, here's two, like, $200 at least. And, you know, we're talking, like, mid-90s money here. $200 expansions for this console, which we already just announced is, like, gonna be going out the door in a year? Like, who's gonna buy that? Just doesn't make sense. Whoa! Hold on a sec. There we go. Yeah, it's kind of a loose fit, this RGB cable. I think it's my bad. When I put this back together, the AV out is a little more recessed than it should be, so I gotta tweak that. Alright, here we are. The end of the level! Oh no. Dreamcast, it was like, they did everything pretty much right with the Dreamcast, except it was just too little too late. The damage had been done. All those like dumb decisions between the end of the Genesis and the Saturn, they were in big trouble. Alright, here we go. Another fun stage. It's one of my favorite songs, I think, on the soundtrack. Yeah, I love this. Any kind of setting like this. Toys running around in the kitchen. I'm on board. Sega as a business sounds insane. Also, their decisions around Sonic. Yeah, I'll tell you two more things about the Saturn. Okay. So, oh shit! At least it's not an insta-kill. That's appreciated. Two more things with the Saturn. When they were developing it, they were basically like, yeah, this system's gonna be a 2D powerhouse. Which it is. It absolutely is. Saturn has some of the best 2D stuff. Just in general. But it was like 6 months or something before release, they saw the schematics for the PS1 and like what Sony was going to be putting into it and how it was going to be like a 3D powerhouse. And they panicked. They're like, "Oh God, we gotta compete with that. We gotta put some 3D hardware in there." So they did, but again, kind of like half-assed it. So instead of like starting over, it's like, well, we'll just have like a second graphics processor chip. So they made things a lot harder for developers because instead of just having like one like graphics processor, you had two. Basically like a 2D processor and a 3D processor. So it made things harder for developers. But then yeah, Sonic. There was a game being developed by Sega of America called Sonic Extreme for the Saturn. And they canceled it. So the Saturn does not have any kind of like proper Sonic game. You know, the Genesis does, the Dreamcast does, but Saturn does not. Just ports. Has ports of the OG Sonics, Sonic 3D Blast. No proper Sonic game. And we gotta get the spring back over there, I think. It's just one dumb decision after another. I don't know what they were thinking. It's like they could have stuck around. Just too many dumb decisions. I'm glad they still are around. I think they're a great company. But just a lot of like questionable stuff in that era. How the hell do we get out of here? Caveman thinking. Yeah, exactly. Where's the exit? Not sure what to do here. Let me try picking this guy up. Maybe that'll do it. There we go. Something just happened. Yeah. Blow the sink open. That's how we do it. I can't die again. Not now. Go in the pipe! Oh wait, we already went in that pipe. Yes. Ride the grimy sponge. So I love how his looking up animation is just him like face palming. Oh god, what am I doing? Oh. Exit. Alright. Excellent. Also, Sonic Adventure title theme kind of sounds like Alice in Chains, just not as depressing. Yeah, you're right. I don't. Their whole direction with Sonic is just like, I don't know. So we played plenty of Sonic Adventure though. We sure did. I mean, the Sonic levels are great. And then Tails was like, okay. Knuckles, sure. Same levels, just like a little bit of a gameplay twist. But the Cat levels, I don't know. You know the voice actor for Big the Cat is the same voice actor as Duke Nukem, John St. John. Hi, Froggy. Where's my frog? Oh, find my frog, baby. Oh, shit. My name's Duke Nukem, and I'm looking for my frog. Oh, look out! Alright, yeah. Theme of these bosses, like, some of them, you don't have to watch out for the guy inside so much as, like, the big thing they're riding around in. Shake it, Rouge. Rouge. My bad. Somebody's gonna pay for stealing the Chaos Emeralds. Alright. I've said this before, but I'm a big fan of Duke Nukem. At least the good games, of which there's only really a couple. But Duke Nukem 3D, that big breakout hit for Duke, is, I say this with zero irony or sarcasm, is one of the best first-person shooters ever made. That game is fantastic. It would be amazing with or without Duke. But Duke in that game just takes it up a notch, but that game is fantastic. A slippery tabletop here. I'm not sure why this is so slippery, but it's like I'm on ice or something. Yes! Oh god! Look out! Yes! Excellent. No, Duke's been really shafted in a big way. The fact that Gearbox now owns Duke Nukem is very sad. Duke Forever obviously was a travesty. It's in very bad hands. Yeah, we could use some 1-ups. Let's place a bet. We got plenty of coins. I want a 1-up here. And I lost it. Let's see. Alright. Double or nothing. It's a good thing I'm not on camera right now. So I seen it like Army of Darkness where Ash like is trying to pick out the right Necronomicon. They're just like spinning around. He's trying to pick out the right one. It's basically what I'm doing right now. Can't wait to watch all those for Halloween. Oh yeah. Now, I've been playing a game called The Citadel lately. It's probably one of the most interesting FPS games I've played in a long time. It's kind of retro style, but hand-drawn sprites. Yeah, let me Google that. Or DuckDuckGo that, I should say. Game. Take a look here. Oh, nice. Yeah, this looks cool. I'll check that out. Many video game screw-ups I've read about them because they kept chasing for better and better graphics. That's what I read what happened to Duke Nukem Forever. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Basically, it was like just chasing like the latest and greatest. Like they started that game over at least 3 times, which is insane. It's like you want to pack so many features into it, you know, like copy what all these other games are doing. And then for that and a variety of other reasons, it's like, yeah, this is taking forever. I mean, no pun intended. This is taking forever. But literally, it's like, oh shit, now the graphics are like 5 years out of date. Guess we better start all over on a new engine. Just totally mismanaged. Very dumb. Here we are, the last world, the attic. And that's a shame too, because the 2001 build of Duke Forever actually looks really sweet. If you look up the trailer, it's like incredible. And apparently there's like a really good build of that some former 3D Realms developers have that they can't release because Gearbox won't let them, which is just a shame. But for anybody watching this who is interested, there's a fan-made mod for Duke 3D called, if you just search Duke 3D Duke Forever mod, you'll find it. And it's basically like a small team of modders recreated some of the levels seen in that Duke 2001, Duke Forever 2001 build in the Duke 3D engine, which is really cool. Music starts getting a little weird here. It's almost like the drums are going out of time or something. Shit. Yeah, forget it. Deal with this crap. No! Yeah, I'm not sure what the proper way to deal with those guys is, but I'm not gonna waste your time. There we go. Yeah, start it. Yeah, exactly. Oh, let's take another 5 years and end up another 5 years out of date. It's like, they had good intentions, but it's like, decisions like that, plus the fact that if you go back, I'm sure it's deleted now, but you would like look on their forums, like 3D Realms forums. You see stuff like them kind of half joking about, you know, spending, you know, tons of office time playing like World of Warcraft or whatever. You know, like going, it's like we're blowing our money on sports cars, strip clubs, we're playing World of Warcraft in the office. We're not getting anything done. Just a joke. Poor Duke. You deserve better. This is like really specific, but the way this sign looks really reminds me of South Park. Oh shit. But yeah, that Duke Forever. Despite the fact that I love Duke, I mean, I actually made a bet with my brother at one point. You know, sometime in that like 15-year span of development. I told him, this game is never coming out. If it does, which it isn't, I'll buy you the most like deluxe, you know, edition of the game there is or whatever. You know? And then it finally did. I said, okay, a deal's a deal. So I bought him the like Balls of Steel edition or whatever. So somewhere, that statue, that little pewter statue of Duke is still around. The poker chips or whatever. But we're getting close to the end of this game. There's only like 2 or 3 more levels. I don't know what this was sold for, but I really hope it wasn't full price, just because of how short this is. Oh, here we go, another really cool song. Let's take the last box, I believe. Oh, we'll try this one, why not? Yeah, this kind of reminds me of There was a time in the 90s, and I say this in retrospect because I wasn't listening to this stuff until like the mid-2000s because I didn't know about it, but time in the 90s where there was a lot of like jazz-influenced drum and bass happening. It's like Square Pusher or one of Luke Vibert's aliases, Plug, which I would highly recommend both of those guys, at least like their 90s output. The album Drum and Bass for Papa by Plug, and then for Square Pusher, Feed Me Weird Things, and the next few albums after that. But it's like really cool jazz vibes with really cool jungle and drum and bass type beats. Oh shit. I think we just got turned around here. Oh, we spawned another one. This game has some of that Ninja Gaiden stuff going on. There we go. Yeah, Drum and Bass for Papa is one of my favorite albums. Luke Vibert is a great producer, and that as one of his aliases, Plug. Plug. It's kind of like these guys' versions of like the Mario Piranha Plant here. There we go. Try this one. Yeah, that scene is kind of dead. Drum and bass and jungle after like the late 90s. I'm not into a lot of it. Be curious. Yeah, I'm gonna look up a speedrun of this at some point. I think this game would probably be pretty easy to blast through if you know what you're doing. I think this is the box we want here. We just gotta get to it. I think that was it. Let's see. These guys remind me of like, you know, like old like the bowling alley, like old CGI animations. They always like the sunglasses, like the big lips. Man, I want to go to a bowling alley again. Alright, this part I remember pretty tricky with these honey bears throwing toothbrushes at you. I really wish you could stab directly up. Clockwork Knight. Let's see if I can grab this. Ah, forget it. These toothbrushes, hard to dodge. Huh! No! Alright. Drum and bass exists today, but sped up. It's called breakcore. No, that's not what I mean. I mean, I know breakcore. I've listened to a lot of breakcore, but I would say the two are different enough to still be distinct. Like, people are still producing drum and bass, just like people are still producing breakcore. That too, I feel like is kind of, it peaked. I mean, a lot of like the music subgenres, you know, that happens. It's natural. Like breakcore's time was from like 2002, 2003 to like 2009-ish. It's my favorite part of going to the bowling alley, just watching a lot of animations on TV. Yeah. I was just making a joke. Oh yeah. My bad. No, I think the peak breakcore album is the Hungarian album by Venetian Snares, and that was, I think, like 2007, I want to say. But that was a cool era. A lot of that coming out on Planet Mu. I wish Reflex still existed. It's really sad that it's not a thing anymore, but at least it went out while it was still good, I suppose. Whew! I almost didn't make that one, jeez. Oh, I thought that was gonna crush me up there. Yeah, so this is a little strange, this jump here. Oh! He's like, you have to utilize that like hang time. I'll breakcore today is mostly in anime subculture, so I'm not sure why. Interesting. Alright, let's see. We just need a W. Nope, we didn't get it. I've listened to songs about my cats. That's a good one. But yeah, I would recommend 3 albums, Venetian Snares. There's the Hungarian album, which it's not called that, but that's what maybe people refer to it as. Because its actual title isn't Hungarian, it's like Rosszz. It's 4 words in Hungarian, starting with R-O-S-S-Z. That's really good. That's a really great album. Also, Chocolate Wheelchair, which is probably the best name of an album I've ever heard. The Chocolate Wheelchair and Meat Hole. Meat Hole is really good. This might be the last boss, actually. I think it might be the last boss here. Maybe second to last stage, not sure. We're definitely very close to the end of this game. Oh, no, the last boss is like a TV or something. Yeah, this guy's second to last, I think. It's like the salsa robot. Songs About My Cats is a good one, though, for sure. Gotta duck that, I think. Oh, shit. How many lives do I have? Not a lot! Alright, we gotta start playing a little more defensively here. I do wish his Keyblade was a little longer. Just a little. Oh my god. Alright. We gotta focus. We're gonna beat this game. So, here's a fun thing, if you want to call it that. Tonight, I was thinking, okay, either I'll stream Saturn, or maybe I'll play some of Diablo 2 Resurrected. I'll do like a hardcore run. But in order to play Diablo 2 Resurrected over the last couple days, I've had to use a VPN for some reason. Like if I just try and connect normally, I can't connect to Blizzard servers at all. So, yeah. And when I'm connected to a VPN, of course, my bandwidth is much, much lower. So I wouldn't be able to stream it. But maybe at some point in the Halloween month marathon, I'll figure out a way to... I'll call up my ISP and ask them what the hell is going on with that. Oh my god. What are you supposed to do there? Oh boy. Do the attic again. I don't know. I'll leave it up to you, Malice. Should I give the whole attic stage another shot here or play another game? Totally your call. Another game. Okay, you got it. Say goodbye to Pepperoncho. Let me take a look at my Saturn games here. Let's see. Should I play Panzer Dragoon? Which is kind of like Star Fox, but almost like a Shadow of the Colossus vibe. Or a Virtua Cop 2, which is a shooter game, you know, or Marvel Superheroes vs. Street Fighter, which I think I played the first Saturn stream I did, like 2D fighter. I've got the gun, by the way, the Saturn gun, so if I play Virtual Cop 2, I could actually be blasting with a real gun. Virtual Cop, alright, I was hoping you were going to say that. Sweet. But yeah, Clockwork Knight, here, that was like the second to last level in the game. After you beat that boss, you fight another boss, which is basically like a TV, which I assume is supposed to be some kind of message about children's imagination are not being used or not being used. But anyway, we'll save that for another time, and we'll switch to some Virtual Cop. But yeah, I've got the all the Japanese games here, which is pretty sweet. I might end up selling them back off as I once I get around to installing the Fenrir, the like SD card reader for the system. But for the time being, it's pretty sweet. These Japanese games all have really cool CD cases. Lots of cool stuff inside too. All right, Virtual Cop 2. I'm gonna pop the second one in. I have both of them. I have the first one and the second, and the second one is a little more cool, for lack of a better term. So, even though you can fight the Rock, or a guy who looks exactly like the Rock, is a boss in the first game, which is pretty cool. But yeah. Also, heads up again. This is one of those games. If you're watching this, whether now, live, or later, if you have epilepsy or anything close to that, you probably want to skip this section because there's going to be a lot of white flashing screens. Okay? You've been warned. Just like that, see? Alright, we're going to adjust the gun here, calibrate it. So that's not accurate. There we go. Got to calibrate our pistol here. Nope, still off. Way off. Holy cow, that is way off. It's cool that they have this, though. So, I'm using the Sega Stunner right now. You hear that click? That's the real deal. And this is just to kind of like calibrate the gun a bit and get it actually working correctly. So you kind of have to like compensate for the inaccuracy of it. There we go, that's pretty good. Alright, here we go. Yeah, this feels good. Big chase! Big chase! Yeah, you definitely want to calibrate the gun before you start. Actually, I have two of these guns, so I could be dual wielding right now. Let's go. But I'm not going to do that. It sounds a little quiet on my end. Let me know if I should tweak the volume at all. Yeah, the scenarios in this Virtual Cop 2 here are a little bit more developed, a little cooler. Go ahead, make my day. Really cool looking gun. Yeah, absolutely, this thing looks cool as hell. I have, again, the Japanese guns, which are jet black, as compared to the American ones, which are bright orange. Oh yeah, this is calibrated. Nice. This is dead on. I gotta get House of the Dead on here. That'd be sweet. That's on the Saturn. Justice shot. I don't know what that means. So if you haven't played this game before, if you're using a gun controller like I am right now, to reload, you just point outside of the screen and hit the trigger, which is kind of nice. Feels very fluid that way. But yeah, this gun is nuts. It even has like little iron sights. And it works, you know, you can actually line up your shots like that. I say as I get blasted. Clown car syndrome. When I want to get around to playing Die Hard Trilogy, the second game, because that actually supports light guns. Of course, that game is a lot better on the PS1, so I'd have to get the PS1 gun. One of the PS1 guns. So, oh shit. A crack shot, baby. Yeah, this all takes place in Virtua City, which I assume is the capital city of the Virtua games. So Jackie from Virtua Fighter is probably eating at a cafe nearby. Maybe that's his apartment. This game also has lots of dumb hostages jumping out to try and get shot, basically. Yeah, don't shoot the hostages. You lose health if you do. Of course, this is the kind of game that you have to play on a CRT, otherwise the gun literally doesn't work. So, another cool thing about this is you get to pick where you want to go. So we can go downtown or to Seaside Drive. We're going to go to Seaside Drive here. Oh shit, I'm getting blasted like crazy. Not doing so hot tonight. Yeah, the Virtua City coffee shop. Sometimes, I don't know, for some of the cars, at least the cop cars, they have like Virtua City PD, VCPD. Yeah, that's Sarah from Virtua Fighter right up there. Just drove past. Look out! So, one thing you notice with these Saturn games is that doing transparencies was a little tricky. So you'll see things like shadows or like windows. Instead of it being like a true transparency, it's like that weird checkerboard pattern. It could do transparencies, it was just trickier. So a lot of developers didn't do it. Yeah, Virtua Coffee. Somebody should make a real coffee company called that. That'd be great. Speaking of coffee, I'd highly recommend Death Wish coffee to anybody. They advertise themselves as the strongest coffee on earth, and it might be true. I'm the kind of guy, if I'm drinking like weak coffee, I gotta have like 3 or 4 cups in the morning. But Death Wish coffee, you can drink just one and you're good. And if you haven't had it before, they actually tell you need to like build up your tolerance to it. So like don't start with like a full, dosage of the 2 teaspoons of coffee. Start with maybe 1. This game is a pretty sweet soundtrack. It's that era of games, man. All the good stuff. This game is definitely harder than the first Virtual Cop. Like, this first stage is definitely more challenging. Damn. It's like guys who are pretty much ready to shoot you as soon as the camera moves over to them. My guy's been like shot to pieces by this point. Damn.
Where are you looking? I'm over here.
Okay, I gotta shoot these bullets before they hit you. The missiles or whatever. Yeah, this game is much harder than the first one. Damn! My trigger finger's getting tired. Like, this is as hard as like the last stage in the first Virtual Cop. Oh my god! He's throwing the whole van! There we go. I always wondered if I could legally paint the tip of a real gun orange. Probably not. I don't think you'd get away with that. Alright, here we go.
Save the mayor!
Save the mayor! Mayor on his yacht. Mayor of what?
Let's go!
All these, I love the super dorky voice acting in all these games is so good. I mean, House of the Dead takes the title for sure for that one. Suffer like G did? Music is insanely 90s in a good way. Shit. Yeah, some good examples of the transparency stuff I was talking about. Those windows there. That was just like a grid pattern, basically.
Help me!
Always with the axes. The guys who are like right in front of you about to whack you. Always with the axes. Damn. It'd be really sweet to have played this in an arcade back in the day, but I don't think I've ever seen a Virtual Cop machine in the flesh. This Saturn gun is really good though. I mean, not only does it look cool, but this trigger feels excellent. It's very satisfying. Just shoot the fuck out of everybody. Oh, damn. Game over.
Good cop.
Good cop. Good cop. Bad cop. Mediocre cop. Okay. Now, this is a bit of a mystery. Because, like, the tracking, like, in the normal game works like Duck Hunt style. Like, the screen flashes, you know, and it, like, picks up. The gun is like, okay, it figures out where you're pointing based on that. But how the hell does this work? Where it's, like, in real time. I don't know. It's a mystery. I miss this style of voice acting so much. Yeah, me too. Shot a ton of people? Good cop. Yeah, that's how it seems to be, huh? Well, that was Virtual Cop. We didn't do so hot, but that was Virtual Cop. Okay. Let's see. Let's pick out another game. Let's see now. Oh, here we go. This is a fun one. This will be a burn copy of a game, but it's a funny little game. So this next game I'm about to pop in is called Deli Soba Deluxe, and it was made in collaboration between a Japanese broadcast station and a soba noodle company. And it was released in very limited quantities. And I believe the physical game goes for a couple $1,000s or something ridiculous like that. So, yeah. We're not going to buy a copy because that's absurd. It's absolutely crazy. So instead, we'll play a burn copy. Oh, that's okay. We don't need to save our game for Deli Soba Deluxe because the game is about 8 minutes long. Let's see. Let's look it up on eBay while this loads. Deli Soba Deluxe. Oh, okay. First result. $4,500 for a copy of this game. Actually, there's only two listings. One for $4,500 and one for $4,990. With 17 watchers. So they're interested. They're like, yeah, maybe we'll buy that. Yeah, that's sensible. Yeah, this is the game. Your object is to deliver some noodles to somebody. Here we are, playing it on a burned CD. If you pay for any game $1,000, you are a fool. Regardless of whether or not that puts you in like the poorhouse, even if you're like a total rich guy, like, oh yeah, sure. Oh shit, hold on. Yeah, I gotta fix that cable. It's all wonky. That's just absurd. No video game is worth that much money. I get the cow so hard it messed up the video connection. You know, just your average day of trying to deliver some noodles. Look out! I think we're on a scooter too. I don't think we're on a motorcycle because we're not going super fast here. Oh! You know who else has a cameo in this game? It's Donkey Kong. Yeah, he's throwing bananas off the back of that truck up there. There he is. Oh my god. Yeah, definitely a scooter. Gotta get these noodles. Cows, pissed off bus drivers. Lots of obstacles in their way. Cars that are just driving all over the place. Oh. That same bus, what do you know? Oh, there we go. We did it! We delivered the noodles. And that's the entire game. Wasn't that fun? Yeah. This video cable's giving me some grief. I don't know what's going on with this thing. Come on. There we go. Alright. So yeah, Delasoba Deluxe. Great stuff. Now let's play an actual video game. Let's see now. What shall we play next? How about... let's play some Marvel Superheroes versus Street Fighter. Yeah, obviously a $4,000 experience. It's just, you know what it is? It's just like guys who are like insanely crazy about collecting. Like, I must have the complete collection. I must have the entire Saturn collection sitting on my shelf. This is definitely a valuable and worthwhile endeavor. I don't get it personally, but whatever floats your boat, I suppose. All right, come on, Marvel. The whole ODE thing is getting increasingly tempting the more I spend with more time I spend with some of these disc-based older systems. Just get more and more finicky as the years go on reading discs. Obviously real discs not so much a problem, but some of the burn stuff is a problem. Also, sorry about that crazy noise there. That was painful. But I mean, this game is like $350 for a used copy, which is just ridiculous. Like, come on. No game is worth that. Even if it's like something you love, like the game is still, there's no game like worth $100. You know what I mean? But Yeah, I think it's time here to do a proper 2D game. If this works, anyway. So I think it's also investors or whatever trying to make money off each other. Yeah, probably. I mean, there was the Mario 64 thing like last month, which was pretty quickly revealed to be guys like price fixing or whatever. It's like the people bidding on it like worked for the auction house themselves. It's totally scummy. Okay, so despite the fact that this game has worked flawlessly with no problems until I tried to stream it, it's not working now. So I'm going to throw that game in the garbage, and we're going to play something else. What do you think about that? Let's see, here we go. Play some X-Men Children of the Atom. A real game. I actually have the disc for this one. The real game. I think I tried to play this with Nintendo a few weeks ago, and it like failed immediately. But that was a burned copy, and this is a real copy, so it works fine. This game is also hard as hell. So see how far I can get in this one. But I was saying a minute ago, it was time for some proper 2D Saturn gameplay. You know, show off the 2D aspect of the system. So we've got the difficulty turned all the way down. Okay, just for reference. Keep that in mind. So I was going to sell a GameCube copy of Twilight Princess for $80 on eBay, but after watching that video of price fixing the video game market, I decided not to sell it for that much. Oh, that's nice of you. I've got the disc of the GameCube edition, and then I've got the whole complete copy of the Wii version. But that being said, if I was going to play it now, I would just play the emulated Wii U version, you know, and run it in 4K. Oh, hey, Spoon. Well, looks like I've got me some trespassers on my property. I'm going to be honest, I don't know what that's a reference to, but I'm glad you're here. Welcome. Spinal?
Round one. Fight! Real crowd.
Psylocke never really got much rep into like the new modern movies, did she? Is she even in any of them? I don't remember. Obviously, they're all about Wolverine, but
You win. Round two. Fight!
oh, Spiral. Gotcha. Her animation is serious, insanely good. Yeah, it's fantastic. It's cool that some of like the indie companies are still making 2D games, but it doesn't compare. Like they have like the advantages in technology and resolution, but in terms of just pure skill and art, it doesn't compare to this classic era. No way. Some stuff comes close though, like Blasphemous. That's a great looking game, but there's a lot of stuff where it's just like can't compete, you know, with titles made 20, 30 years ago. The deep.
Round one. Fight.
This is a cool level. The underwater elevator.
Real pro.
So, guys, earlier today I was coming up with the a list of games to be played for the month of October, and I've got a pretty awesome list. It's a pretty dank list of games. I think you guys are going to be
You win.
gonna be a lot of fun.
Round two. Fight. Tornado claw.
I'm not sure if I want to spoil what the first game is going to be, but it's underrated gem of the 360 era. Oh shit.
Tornado claw.
That's a pretty nice combo, Wolverine.
Tornado claw.
No!
You lose. Round
Yeah, Metal Slug is god tier. Oh my god. I should get one of those on the Saturn. I think at least a few of them are.
tornado claw.
There we go.
You win.
Up yours, Omega Red. You joik! The studio first game I played was In the Hunt, which was super pretty. I don't think I played that. In the Hunt. Mutant hunting, somewhere on the West Coast. Yeah, I'm gonna be...
Round one.
I've decided the schedule is gonna be Sunday, Wednesday, Friday. All of October, so get ready for shitloads of streams. And we're talking full playthroughs here of these survival horror games and other horror themed games. I think in the future we're going to start moving more in that direction, like doing... Because I've kind of done I've done pretty much every system I have now where it's like I play like, here's like a batch of games that I like a few times. So, maybe not always, but it's maybe start moving towards like playing like one really good game for like the entire stream. We'll see. But at the very least, that's how it's going to be in on October.
You lose.
Colossus, what a baller. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But it'll be great. It's gonna be lots and lots and lots of horror games and horror theme games. Some I've played before, some I haven't. Some I haven't played in a really long time. Iceman. Yeah, the first game is came out in like 2007. Pretty sure that's what I'll be playing first.
Round one. Fight.
And I remember it being not only very fun, but extremely atmospheric, very creepy, lots of great jump scares. Shit.
You lose. Round two.
Oh yeah, this is what you gotta do as Iceman. This is what you do as Iceman. You just keep dropping the bombs on these guys. You gotta cheese them. It's the only way you're gonna beat Magneto. No! Oh my god!
You lose.
Oh, I was very excited for October. Just really looking forward to it. Awesome! Well, I'm glad. Glad you both feel that way.
Yeah.
October is my favorite month, to be honest. It's one of mine. I think my favorites are either June, October, and December. It's like the best seasons, the best months for each season, basically. But October might be the one, because it's still nice and warm, but get to start busting out your comfy sweaters, start to enjoy that nice New England foliage. Get the spooky atmosphere. Oh yeah. That's because of my birthday in October. Nice. Mine's in February. I was born in the middle of a hailstorm, like an intense, like snowy hailstorm, late in the dark night of February. That's my birthday. Oh, you son of a bitch. Ah. Colossus, aren't you my friend? That is so much damage. This game is nice and fast though, which is great. Finish him, yes. All right. Yeah, it's good. It's gonna be a combination of like some PC games, console games, first-person stuff, survival horror stuff, retro stuff that fits the bill. It's gonna be great. And I don't think I'm gonna have a ton of work going on in October either, too. So should be able to play nice and late and not have to worry about waking up early to get shit done the next day. Hopefully. I've been super busy with a few projects lately, but I'm hoping I'll be able to wrap them up in the next couple weeks. Alright, we'll give Colossus one more try here, and then maybe play something else. We'll see. Johnny Iceman. Yeah, I think the time is coming, though, to get the OD installed in the Saturn here. As cool it is to have like these Japanese Saturn games, it's like it'd be far more economical to just get that done and be able to play all Saturn games instead of just some. Yeah, Iceman with these big stupid ice balls. Kind of broken, honestly.
Round two. Fight.
That's all you gotta do. This strategy works pretty much until you get to Magneto, and then he starts kicking your ass. Magneto in this is one of the most challenging bosses, I think, in any fighting game.
You win.
Also, spamming the same move and pissing off my friends. Yeah, it's always a fun thing to do. This one's crazy because there's so little startup. You know, there's so little warning for it. It's really hard to deal with. You know, Hadoukens are one thing, but this is just absurd.
Round one. Fight.
It comes out pretty quick for how powerful it is. It's funny, these like characters who get like central billing who like didn't turn out to be even remotely mainstream. Like Marvel's like super popular period here.
You win. Round 2. Fight.
Ooh! That did a lot of damage, my god. Yeah, gotta play in full speed here too.
Round 3.
Only way to do it. Iceman, he's pretty weak. Oh shit. He's got these nice projectiles, but I guess he's balanced in that way. Yeah. Just keep dropping the ball on him, he'll be fine. Also, that victory pose there, that's the best. Create ice version of yourself and pose with it. That's really good. There she is. Spiral. I haven't read too many X-Men comics. I don't remember Spiral showing up in any of them, but I recognize her from the games at least. This guy. Big man.
You win. Round 2.
Yeah, Iceman, he's a pretty cool guy, you could say. He's pretty chill. Ice beam.
You win.
There we go again. Pose with my Hobie, no big deal. Oh, Sentinel. Everybody's favorite Marvel vs. Capcom character. I remember when MVC 3 first came out, we were playing that. He was so broken. Even after they patched it, he was still obviously a top tier character, but he was so broken in that first release. This is a lot better than that X-Men game the other night, huh, Melis? Oh, shit.
You lose. Round 2. Fight.
Yeah, it's definitely a cool game. Again, it's like the Japanese copies of these games, like super cool box art, tons of cool artwork, both on the case and then in the manuals as well. It's the only thing that's like making me hesitant to switch totally over to the optical drive emulators, just because of how cool that stuff is.
You lose.
Nice chin, nice man.
Yeah.
Yeah! Alright, let me get us another shot. I'll switch back to Wolvie here. Spoon, my birthday is in October as well. Let's go! Scorpio gang. Oh man. My ex is a Scorpio. Not that I give a shit about astrology, but you both seem really cool, so it's all good. Drill claw. Iceman is. What you got? You talking shit about Iceman? You got a problem with Iceman, Spoon? Ice beam.
You lose. Round 2. Fight.
Everybody loves Wolverine though, don't they? He's always the favorite. I mean, he is pretty cool. I mean, he's definitely the big popular mainstream X-Men guy, but he's pretty cool. Let's not kid ourselves. Rocket punch. He's still got it. Oh god. So happens Wolverine drinks too much. He starts making this animation. Oh! What have I done? The tiny Canadian Wolverine. Alright. Back to Iceman. Ice. Ice, ice, baby. We'll give this one more try, and then we'll move on to something else if I fail again. I think it's because... Oh wait, we missed a message here. Astrology is alright. Take it with a grain of salt and have fun with it. Yeah, I think as long as you're not taking it too seriously, it's fine, you know. Just like Mouse, like you said last time, you had like a friend who was like making like major life decisions based on it. It's like, don't do that. But, you know. As long as it's for fun and you're not actually like thinking there's some like genuine... Oh my god, Iceman, your HP sucks.
Round 2.
I'm not going to get too real with you guys here, but it does concern me a little bit how we seem to be experiencing a regression in terms of like non-scientific thought and processes in our collective societies here. Carl Sagan wrote a book in the 70s called like The Demon Infested World or The Demon Spirit World or something, kind of talking about this topic. So it's something on my mind where it's like, it does concern me a little bit how seriously a lot of people are taking it. But as long as it doesn't get that far, it's all good. Anyway. I think because he's one of the few that doesn't have really silly powers. Yeah, that's probably true. He's probably the most relatable of the X-Men. He's also kind of like the most edgelord, which is obviously always a popular thing. Spoon, I started making a custom tarot deck. I was inspired by Ogre Battle on the SNES. Interesting. That's neat. I'd like to see that. Were you here a few weeks ago playing? We were playing the NES games and playing Taboo on the NES. Can't remember. It's like imagine paying like full price for that game back in the 80s. Tearing that game looks so cool. It did, but that's the kind of thing that should have been like either there should have been like an actual game attached or that should have been sold for like $20 instead of full price. Oh my god. Sentinel!
Real problem.
Actually, it's so cool it shook the cable. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with that. Okay, so I gotta sort it out. I've opened the Saturn like probably 20 times since I've gotten it. Just like cleaning stuff, tweaking stuff, etc. Sorry, Wolverine. They got you. Sentinel accomplished his mission. He killed all the X-Men. Sorry. Here, let me get to like the music test here if there is one. I don't think there is one. That's okay. Let me see here. I'll just reset it. I'll let it do its arcade attract mode thing. I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to take a quick break, but I'll be back in just a minute.
X-Men. X-Men.
Okay, I'm back. So, let's see. There's X-Men. Let me take a look at my other Saturn games here. It's like, give me a guy who sounds like he's trying to sell a newspaper on a street corner in like 1925. That's our announcer. Yeah, damn, this game has a cool case. Alright. Alright, we're gonna play at least one more Saturn game here. I might switch to Genesis afterwards. We'll see. But yeah, I'm gonna pop in another game here. This game is one that I got with the Saturn. I bought it on eBay. They included Virtua Fighter and then this game. And I like it quite a bit. Just have one kind of big problem, but it's a cool game. I like it a lot. So let's get this fired up. I could pull the pseudo Saturn card out of the system for this, but we don't need it. I think I tried playing this a few weeks ago when like the Saturn laser was like all messed up. And of course that's been sussed out since then. It's been all fixed. But
Hang on, GP 1995.
as the man said, hang on GP 1995. And that narrator voice is the same guy who did Alucard from Symphony of the Night. But this is another early Saturn game. Really cool little visual style here. Really badass soundtrack. I mean, listen to this. See all my rankings there. Yep, those are all me. Hang on, G. All right. Yeah, no, I love this game a lot. I've never heard of anyone talking about this. And this is a game that did get an American release. It was called Super Hang On or something. I don't know, but still find it weird how Japanese games lots of people are uncredited. Yeah, it is strange. Spoon. Ooh, Alucard's voice in Symphony of the Night is. Oh yeah, it's good. Oh yeah. Here he is. Listen.
Grand Prix race.
Oh yeah. Grand Prix race.
The circuit race course is the intricate circuit.
This is the best track in the game. Listen to him say this.
New dwells.
New dwells. Oh yeah. Check out the bass in my voice. Oh yeah. New dwells. No, there's a couple of problems with this game, but overall it's very fun, in my opinion. Soundtrack is killer. The only problem is the bikes kind of sound awful, but other than that, it's great. The bikes kind of sound like a jar full of angry bees versus a motorcycle. But other than that, it's pretty good. This game does support the Saturn 3D pad, so if you don't want to be making these ridiculous looking turns like I am, having a little bit more fine-tuned turns, you can certainly do it that way. And that's what happens, you run directly into a wall. The tricky part with this game for me is like, this is kind of the opposite of how you actually manage riding a bike in terms of like the braking versus acceleration in corners. You don't, in real life, you do not want to hold the brake all the way through a corner like that, but in this game, that's kind of how you want to do it. It's like, brake, lean. There we go. But this music, it sounds like, it's like JRPG boss fight music or something. I love it. You guys also noticing the UFO that keeps flying over the course? Also the Twin Towers back there. Another thing. See if we can qualify at least. I don't need first, but I at least need third. Oh, God!
This is the final lap.
Yeah, we need at least third.
Passing through the checkpoint.
I've managed to take the gold in every course in this game except for the last. It's frustrating. It's hard. That last track is ridiculous.
Goal.
There we go. Hey, Victor. Welcome. I've come to put an end to this race. Yeah, exactly. Oh, this is a B-powered bike. My head went to the final countdown. It does kind of sound like that, doesn't it? But yeah, they do sound like bees.
Under your name.
Oh yeah, this beat. They even got him to read the entire alphabet for the name entry here. Ready? Check this out.
A, B, C.
A, B, C. Oh yeah. I think I gotta sample that. I gotta use that for a track. Alright, we'll do one more course in
Hang
this.
on GP 1995.
Hang on, GP 1995. We'll do one more track here. We'll play something else. But this game is fantastic. The only way this could be any better if it had two-player, which for some reason it does not.
Grand Prix race.
It does have a few different bikes here with a few different stats. I like to go with Mr. Brakes here. But here you can see, as I said, I've got the trophies. All of them except Long New Dwells. So we'll try that. Let's try Long New Dwells.
Long New Dwells.
Let's try that one out. Hi, that's your beat tag or whatever it's called. I don't know. Actually, I've been thinking about that. I really have a hard time coming up with like aliases for different releases and stuff. But maybe. We'll see. That album that I've been working on recently it's done. We're just wrapping stuff up now to get it released.
Passing through the checkpoint.
Which is still gonna be a little while, but as far as like the composing part, the production part, that is pretty much done, fortunately. The other issue with this game is that there's 3 tracks, the first 3 tracks, and the next 3 are just kind of like remixes on the initial tracks, you know what I mean? Like that big, like sharp left turn there, that's pretty much the same as the original version of New Dwells.
Passing through the checkpoint.
Yeah, that little turn right there. Yeah, the physics in this are not quite realistic. Where it's like, it bases like crashing along, like something like that. I was at less of an oblique angle between that and the last wall I hit, but because I was going faster this time, it decided that, oh yeah, that warrants like a full-on crash.
Passing through the checkpoint.
It's just strange. But while I'm doing this now, let me throw this out to you guys. Should I play another Saturn game after this, or should I switch to Sega Genesis? Because I did get that flash cart a few days ago, so I got a whole bunch of Genesis games I could play. Keep going with Saturn or play some Sega Genesis? That is the question.
Passing through the checkpoint.
Damn. Also, another thing I'll say, having been playing all this like Saturn the last like month or whatever, this is probably the most comfortable old school gaming controller I've ever played.
Is the final lap.
Damn, this thing feels good. There's the overall shape of the hands, the control pad, the buttons. It's a really nice controller. Talking about the Japanese one, of course, which the initial US model was different, but when they released the Model 2 Saturn,
Through the checkpoint.
they used the Japanese button layout for that one, which is definitely a lot better. My only complaint with my physical Saturn here is that it kind of has that like it's slightly brown thing going on. You know, a lot of the old school consoles got. All right, let's see here. Victor, I don't know. Malice was the other Saturn game. Well, we got a few options. Let's see. We got Saturn Bomberman, which would be one player, so I don't know how exciting that would be to watch.
Make an entry.
Sega Rally, Panzer Dragoon, Vampire Savior, which I've played before. And then, let's see. Then we'd be getting to the Burn games again. Excuse me. Which would be Die Hard Trilogy, or excuse me, Die Hard Arcade, which I've played before. Shinobi X, which I've played quite a few times now, but it's a fun game. And that's it. And then Genesis, I've got just a shitload of Genesis games. Here we go with the beat. Ready? Alucard on the mic. Hey, hey, hey. That's right. Yeah, I got Panzer Dragoon. Actually got the first. I've got Panzer Dragoon 1 and 2, or Zwei.
1995.
Zwei. Panzer Dragoon and Panzer Dragoon Zwei. Panzer Dragoon it is. Now, in all serious, these games seem really cool, and as I mentioned, like having these physical copies, there's just some really cool art inside that reminds me of the Team Ico stuff, like Ico or Shadow of the Colossus. Kind of get a similar feeling from this stuff. But yeah, let's pop in the first Panzer Dragoon here. Let's do it. This actually has a poster. Not only is there a manual, but there's like a fold-out poster with some really cool stuff inside. Also, I might have mentioned this before, but all these Japanese Saturn games that I've been ordering off eBay, they've been coming from Japan, they are all immaculate. It's crazy. They're all in just insanely pristine condition. I almost feel bad because it's like I know that I'm going to scratch them like instantly. You know, these cases, they look like brand new. Like there's not a single scratch on them. So, mega props to these Saturn guys. These Japanese Saturn owners, because they clearly took meticulous care of this stuff. It's really cool. So again, this is the Japanese copy, so we are going to be dealing with some Japanese text here, but I think it's all pretty self-explanatory, given the imagery. Let's see. Spoon. It's an RPG with a story, though. I think you might be talking about Panzer Dragoon Saga, which is like the third game in the series. These first two are kind of like Star Fox. Japanese keep their stuff really well kept. Even this old second-hand Game Boys are really clean. That's been my experience. It's all been mint. It's crazy. I mean, they look cleaner than like a used PS4 game. You know, it's insane. Victor, look at those FMVs. I know. Isn't it great? Eventually, I'll play the English versions of these, and I'll be able to understand the dialogue. But it's all, like I said, it's kind of self-explanatory. Spoon, perhaps it was on Sega Saturn at least. Yeah, I looked into it. It's been part of my whole process, like debilitating whether or not I'm gonna go with, or actually debating whether or not I'm gonna go with the optical drive, like the SD card reader. But there's Panzer Dragoon Zwei, which are both these kind of like Star Fox style games on the Saturn. And then also on the Saturn, there's Panzer Dragoon Saga, which is the RPG. And I had a Panzer Dragoon Tiger game type thing as well back then. Well, that one I haven't seen. But I'm guessing that's probably not an RPG. But no, the presentation of these two games, anyway, from what I've seen, is really top-notch. Clearly a lot of effort gone into world design, music, and then, like I said, just like the packaging of these two games, the manuals, the discs, it's clear that they felt very proud of these, or taking it really seriously, which was nice. Kind of looks like the antlions from Half-Life 2, doesn't it? Man! Shit, I don't know if that would fit in for the whole like Halloween vibe, but I gotta play those games. Play Half-Life 1 and 2 on stream sometime. I love Half-Life so much. I'm not sure if I prefer Half-Life 1 or 2 more, but maybe that's a good thing. They're both so good. It's like the right approach. The best thing a sequel can do is do justice to the original, but do something fresh, I think, generally, you know? It's like, and that's exactly what Half-Life 2 did. It took those core concepts of like the whole gameplay structure, and it's like, okay, it's a completely new environment, a totally new setting, new mechanics with the gravity gun and the, you know, all that stuff. Just killer. Spoon, yeah, Half-Life. Yes! Half-Life! Alright! Yeah, we'll play through that. Absolutely. Mouse, there were antlions in my backyard. Look at that dragon. You had antlions in your backyard? For real? I guess that would make sense for where you live, though. Having antlions. Victor, man, these FMVs are really well paced and directed for 1995. It's amazing. I agree. This is really good. So you guys gotta keep in mind, this was 95, I think? Maybe 96, but either way, still very early for this kind of thing. So now we've become a member of the Resistance. We're fighting back against the Empire. A dragon, his master was killed, and he's taken us under his literal and figurative wing. Spoon, I finished System Shock 2 last week. Oh, awesome. Was alright? There's a lot. Alright! That's a great game! Although, I will admit, the last level is kind of it's not so great. There's a lot in it that felt inspired from Half-Life. Absolutely. Did you know that originally System Shock 2 was being developed as an original sci-fi thing before Looking Glass talked to Irrational Games and were like, hey, wait a minute. This could be a System Shock sequel. Get Shodan in there. All right. Yeah, this all looks good. So I noticed the little cone-shaped holes everywhere, and I baited one out with a sacrifice. It's pretty cool. That is cool. Shodan is a very cool girl. Oh, she's very cool. She's the best. Spoon, the last level felt really annoying. Yeah, it's too bad because 90% of that game is a masterpiece, but then that last level in the body of the many is like, it always hits me. Like the section where you're like jumping between like the big teeth that are like moving up and down, you know, like the big molars. It's like, yeah, you guys didn't have time to finish this, did you? But the mood was really neat. Yeah, it was. What kind of build did you do? I usually go like Navy, like hacker guns whenever I play that. I'd like to do a psychic build sometime. Might do that soon. The voice logs you can find were really good. Yeah, they were. That's one of the best parts of the game. That was a big step up from the System Shock 1 voiceovers, which were still good, but the System Shock 2 ones are definitely a little more quality. Victor, well, Half-Life got pretty bad at the NC, to be fair. It did, from a gameplay level, some of like the jumping stuff, but the aesthetics of the original Zen, I love. I do wish they had managed to pull off the gameplay aspect of that a little better, but the atmosphere in that part is so good that whenever I play it, that just kind of like takes up #1 thing in my mind. But yeah, the gameplay is not quite as hot as it was up until that point. Victor, well, guns and hacking are the meta in SS2. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I usually end up, I just kind of like beeline for the assault rifle and hacking whenever I play System Shock 2. But like I said, next time I play it, I think I may try playing a psychic build, because I think that should be pretty cool. But the last time I played it was like, wow, 2011? And I played it on Extreme with, yeah, that kind of Navy build, guns and hacking it. Oh my god, that was so much fun. It's a pretty long cutscene here. I can skip this, but I wanted you guys to see it, so I'm letting it play out. Yes, OG Zen felt very elegant. Yeah, totally. I love it, and I agree. If the Black Mesa Zen looked really good, it's really beautiful, but it didn't feel as like insanely alien and weird as the OG Zen. So just stuff like the flying critters and like the insane weird like environmental sound effects, like tentacles in the environment. They didn't serve any purpose, but they just seemed to be acting like living creatures. It's really cool. Victor, can't believe that a sequel is coming out. Yeah, I'll believe that when I see it. I don't think it's gonna be finished. I don't think we're actually gonna get a System Shock 3. I mean, I don't think so. And honestly, even if there is, I really hope that there will be a major quality increase from the trailer they released a couple years ago, which just looked like, man, it didn't look good in my opinion. It looked like assets from like Doom 3, Unity kind of stuff. And I don't trust, God, what are they called again? The guy's doing the like remake of System Shock 1. I don't think that's actually going to come out. They did the enhanced edition of the original game, System Shock the Enhanced Edition, and they broke it with a patch in January, where every time you move, the game's frame rate drops to 30. And the game has been broken like that since January. They still haven't fixed it. I just hit start, because that looked like it was starting to loop there. I'm not sure. But anyway, I'm ready for some gameplay. This music, though. Listen to this game's soundtrack. Really beautiful. So I have no doubt that Team Ico had this as a reference point. And I'll say it again, if you guys haven't played all three of the Ico games, especially The Last Guardian, which I think for some reason is kind of underrated, play those games. They're all masterpieces. So I play these older games and it's like, oh yeah, this industry used to be really free and creative. And then for a whole variety of reasons, not so much now. So yes, as you can see, this game is pretty similar to Star Fox, kind of on-rail shooter, but we do have the 360 shooting, which is kind of cool. See, Victor, for sure, Shadow of the Colossus is definitely my favorite game. It's a masterpiece. I don't think anyone would deny that. It's a fantastic, amazing game. Spoon, I really, really want to play Ico. I always forget to. Shadow of the Colossus Jewel. Ico is, in my opinion, just as good as Shadow of the Colossus. All three of those games are equally good to me. I don't consider one better than the other. Victor, unfortunately, I don't have a PS4 to play Last Guardian. Well, at some point, you'll be able to, and you'll be able to enjoy that. It's like I don't understand why The Last Guardian didn't get more of like a media response. I really don't. It's insanely underrated. I guess the main thing might just be the controls, you know? The controls aren't quite as modern and convenient, I guess, if you want to put it that way, as a lot of other things, but if you can get a grip on Shadow of the Colossus, you can play Last Guardian. They're such a beautiful, evocative games. And it's extremely ironic because it manages to do so while using so little dialogue and cutscenes, and it's incredible to me because you have all of these games now which are so story heavy, but they're attempting to accomplish this and convey these emotional themes. Like, it's very like mediocre or generic voice acting and cutscene direction. And you have something like Shadow of the Colossus or Last Guardian or Ico, which just through the quality of like strong, evocative character animation, music, and cinematography, manages to be this extremely like emotionally compelling experience, you know? It's like they take the whole less is more philosophy and then just knock a home run with it consistently. The mark of like any kind of strong piece of art for me is being able to enjoy it with no context. Like, obviously sometimes that can be an important thing to appreciate a piece of media, a piece of art, whatever its form may be. But the strongest stuff is like when you don't need any context whatsoever. You just have universally appreciable themes and feelings and emotions, and those games capture that perfectly. Anyone could play those games. Ico, Shadow of the Colossus, Last Guardian. You could play those games with no subtitles, and as long as you understand the gameplay mechanics, you will understand the story. You'll understand the feelings involved. You'll get it. They don't have to drop hours of exposition and clumsy dialogue for you to be able to appreciate the story. No, you will get it. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm starting to rant here a bit. But I do get a kind of a similar vibe with this game. Despite my limited experience with it so far, I do kind of get a similar feeling. Character animation is something that is very underrated in terms of modern game development. Like, you can have the highest density pixels, okay? You can have, like, the craziest polygon count and shader effects in the world. But if you have poor animation, that's going to amount to pretty much nothing, in my opinion. I mentioned, you know, that my other choice for tonight was playing some Diablo 2 Resurrected. And overall, I do think that's a really solid remake of the original. But a big flaw with that, I would say, is a lot of the animation is not up to snuff. It's like the original game, you're playing, it's like 30 FPS, I think. The animations were capped to that, you know, very basic 2D sprites and stuff. But it still managed to convey a lot within those character animations and the different character playable classes with that limited aspect of it. And Resurrected, obviously, it's okay, now we're working with real-time 3D models running at 60 frames and more. And a lot of those animations just look really janky. And it's not just because it's running with 60 FPS or more. It's not just because it's 3D models. But it's just, man. I'll give one example in specific. I've been playing a Summon Necromancer in D2 Resurrected. The original Necromancer, and you can, I'll give them credit, you can switch to the original graphics whenever you want in D2 Resurrected. You just tap a button and it's back to the original graphics. But you can see how there's a level of passiveness within his casting animations where he's letting his minions do his work for him. You know what I mean? He's putting like as little effort as possible into these gestures that he's making. Like his arm moves in just like the minimal kind of effort. But you switch to the Resurrected mode, and his character animation is just this very high exertion, really robotic looking motion, which kind of loses that element of his personality that's being manifested in that animation. But without having it in front of us, I don't think it's worth maybe going on too much about that, so I'll stop there. I've missed a lot of comments here. Sorry, guys. I've been neglecting the comments while I've been ranting. PS2 better than PS4? It's like, I think you elaborated more, you know, it's like in terms of quantity, but even then, yeah, the PS2 smokes the PS4. Not just in terms of like how many people bought one, but games, creativity of the scene. Oh yeah, PS2 over PS4 all day. Absolutely. Now it's another game added to my wish list. Great. They're like poetry. Absolutely. Victor, Last Guardian looks very handcrafted, very rare for games nowadays. Yeah, that's a big thing. Trico, or like the beast, the creature in The Last Guardian, is meticulously animated. I think that was part of the reason why they had such a problem running it on the PS3, was because there's so much animation data. They were like maxing out the RAM of the PS3. That was just not like viable. Oh no! We're going down! Oh, bummer. These comments here. It's not meant to be explained, really. It's supposed to be felt and interpreted. Absolutely. So, I guess start this whole level over again. Yeah, let me respond to these comments a little bit. It's supposed to be felt and interpreted. I agree, absolutely. Oh god, animation is criminally underrated nowadays. I agree, big time. There's a certain philosophy with a lot of modern titles where it's like everything has to be explained. Everything has to be broken down to fit into like a Wikipedia page. And that's not always the best way to go. You know, it's sometimes, yeah, sure, it might be, but leaving things open to interpretation like that can be more evocative. Or like utilizing things like really good character animation and just cinematography and theming can be really powerful and really relatable. You know what I mean? It's like there are certain elements of our existence and our human experience which are more relatable than some kind of lore dump, you know? It's like part of the reason why The Last Guardian is so effective is because the Beast Trico in that game, it's so believable in terms of his animation and his behavior that your brain starts to register it as like a living creature, even though obviously it's not. But on some level, emotionally, you start to just kind of relate to it in that way. And that's a million times more effective than giving you the whole info dump of like the history of this species and where they came from, you know, and their behavioral habits and their feeding habits. Anyway. I don't think I'm going to play this whole level again, so I might pop in another game here. Let me see what I've got. We may have to switch to Psychogenesis. Let's see. What other games I got here? I'll leave it up to you guys. Should I keep going with this or should I play something else? Malice and Spec Ops, the line to notice the main character's animation is getting way more aggressive as the game went on. I gotta play that. The voice lines too. I really gotta play that. Sandworms are so terrifying me as a kid. I'm guessing you probably had a hard time with Beetlejuice then. Speaking of sandworms, you guys gonna watch the new Dune? Absolutely. I'm really excited for that. Can you legally stream that yet? I know it's in theaters now, but I haven't looked into it. Can you legally stream it? Something else. Yeah, I agree. Let's see now. Pop this game out. Let's see. What else could I... Oh, here goes the controller. What else could I play here? kicked some ass in Virtua Fighter 2, since I've gotten a lot better at that lately. Pop that in, play a few rounds in that. Yes, I was thinking specifically of Beetlejuice. Yeah, what's the line? Sandworms. I hate them. You hate them. But you know what they say. What comes up must come down. Alright, let's see. We're going to play as Kage or Lao. Let's play as Lao. He's cool. I thought maybe you meant Tremors. Yeah, that's the other one. Tremors. That's the other big Sandworm movie, huh?
Ready, go!
Oh man, you know what I just remembered? A few weeks ago when I was doing that PS2 stream, I said I was going to come back to play some Tekken Bowl, and I didn't end up doing that. Whoops. Maybe that's what I should do. Maybe that'll be the last thing I do tonight. We'll play some Tekken Bowl. I'll plug my PS2 in. Victor, maybe the sandworms of this game inspired the Colossus phalanx. I wouldn't be surprised. If you read some interviews with Fumeto Ueda, he's all about like older games with good animation. Like he talks about Prince of Persia, stuff like that, where it's just like he's obsessed with like really good character animation, which is really, I think, obvious, like looking at his output, that's like a really big factor for him. So I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Ready, go!
This is a great looking game, by the way, for the Saturn. This looks really good. It's also, this is one of the few Saturn games that the actual game is being output in 480i instead of 240p. So if you're noticing the high resolution but also interlaced content, that's why. Mercenary Tao. That, I gotta say, that eye emoji is probably my favorite of all time. I love that. It's perfect. Oh, it's okay. That explains why I was so in love with how Wander flopped around. Yeah, no, he's Ueda. He's crazy about animation. He loves it. I can't wait to see what he does next. Oh man, I obviously he gets a good amount of credibility, but that's the kind of guy. If Kojima is being treated like a superstar, Ueda should be treated like a mega uber duper, on top, like in league with Miyamoto level superstar in the world of Japanese game designers. Oh! bastard. That's another thing, unfortunately. I mean, I don't want to be Mr. like rag on Blue Point here, but the Shadow of a Colossus remake, among other things, like the animation of Wander himself, like they kind of got the gist of him running around, but all the facial animation stuff is lost for some reason. Like I might have, I think I included a clip of this in one of those Demon Souls videos, but the OG Wander had actually had an animated face, and then based on what was happening would be like showing like various forms of emotion, you know. So if you're like running away from a Colossus, yeah, he'd look scared. He'd look, you know, scared. In the remake, nope, just stone cold like Robo face. Oh, we didn't think to include that. Sorry. It wasn't about like polygon density or like adding more like grass or whatever. Sorry, we didn't think to do that. They just need direction. I think what it comes down to. Like, no offense to Gavin Moore, but I don't think he really picks up on these kinds of details. Like you said, Malice, it's like, yeah, like prettifying stuff. It's like, oh yeah, polygon density, like really high-res textures and all that stuff. Yeah, they've got that down pat, but it's like these little details. They really gotta improve on. I'll never forget that a Blue Point developer commented on that second Demon Souls video. I responded to him, and then he deleted his comment, like, completely. I was like, come on, man. Anyway. It's like, we're all adults. We can have mature, constructive conversations, can't we? Oh, Jeffrey! You fool! I'm sorry, buddy, but you stepped out of the ring. Mouse, what did he say? Well, this is something, this is pretty specific, but basically, he was responding to me talking about those like giant statues that they added in the Tower of Latria. And he was saying, it was like, it was a very friendly post. Like, I'll give him that. Compared to some of the other stuff I got, it was very friendly, but he was saying the giant statues, you know, the giant like statues of like the women that they added to the Tower of Latria. He was saying, like, hey, maybe I can answer some of your questions. I think the explanation would be that the old man, you know, that took over Latria was so obsessed with his wife that even after her death, you know, he constructed these like statues because he was so obsessed with her, and he couldn't forget about her. And I pointed out, and I was like, no, the whole thing was like he was really jealous of like how well loved she was, so he like left and came back with like the demonic power in tow, and he completely eliminated her, all reference to her, all of her subjects. I mean, if you look at the throne room that you get up into with like all the chairs, you know, he's got like the yellow robe thing on. There's all these portraits in that room, and they all have like the faces scratched out. It's like, no, he wanted to eliminate all trace of her. Like, he wasn't in love with her. And even if that was the case, like, why would he kill her but then like create these like giant monuments to her? Like, that doesn't make any sense. So I replied to him with all that stuff, and then he deleted the comment. And it's like, come on, dude. Come on, man. And it's again, I'm being as like completely polite and professional as possible, but it's like, I'm talking about like objective stuff here. We're not talking about like interpretive stuff. Like, this stuff is straight up spelt out in the game, you know, the item descriptions and some of the dialogue. Yeah, here's another weird thing about it, okay? So I'm not gonna say his name because I don't want him to be in any capacity. I don't want to draw any attention to this specific person, alright? But when they made that initial comment, before I replied, I was like, is this actually a Bluepoint developer? So I Googled him and I looked him up, and yeah, he actually worked for Bluepoint on the Demon Souls remake. And, you know, so I replied to him with everything I just mentioned on, you know, YouTube. And I looked at his Twitter again about a couple hours later after he had deleted his initial comment after I had replied. And his next post was something like, Control-C, Control-V is your friend, winky face. Like, are you suggesting that I should copy and paste the comment that you just deleted? Is that what you're trying to say here, man? Like, what? Like, what is this? Anyway, that's not the kind of thing I'm interested in. You know, I don't care about that stuff. It's like, come on. Anyway, that's a story. Just weird. Oh god, all the graphics in this game do so much damage! Victor, those videos of Bluepoint talking about the remake and how faithful they were make me cringe so much. I think the tragic part about a lot of the stuff is that there was a lot of genuine intention involved, but they just didn't get those details. Those like finer aspects were just lost. They were just not noticed by the developers. And that's the kind of thing that I don't think you can blame like individual development, you know, members for, but that's the kind of thing that lies in the hands of a good director, which Gavin Moore, I'm sorry, dude, but you really should have picked up on this stuff. Oh, here comes the grab. I can feel it. No! He's gonna throw me out of the ring. Oh, that does so much damage. Oh, we got him. I'll say one more thing about this, and it happened a ton, especially with the second videos for Demon Souls I made, but I am not out to like just shit on something because it's new or different. Like, that's ridiculous. Like, obviously, I love Demon Souls. Obviously. I would love the idea of a great Demon Souls remake. Of course. Like, to suggest that somebody's just like, oh, you're just a hater. You don't like it because it's new. That's very insulting. It's like suggesting that I don't have enough, like, intelligence to be able to perceive something on its own merits or, like, analyze something for its worth. No, that's ridiculous. It's like, I got some really insulting comments. I got some really crazy messages in some places. Like, really over-the-top stuff because, like, I dared to suggest that maybe this wasn't super faithful. That's totally unfair. And again, it's like, to just throw out all these, like, criticisms, like, these thoughts that, like, people have where it's like, here, let me, like, really try and articulate these specific criticisms I have, and to be responded to that, you know, just like throwing the baby out with the bathwater, like, you're just a hater. You just don't like it because it's new. And it's like, that's a very demeaning thing to say. Anyway. It is what it is, so whatever. Oh my god! The underwater fight.
Fight 2, ready, go!
The parry animation. The animations in this game are great, but those parry animations are so good. No, that's probably it. Yeah, that's it. Damn. Yeah, you can't do those full combos with Jarrell. She will kill you. She'll kill you fast and she'll kill you good. Victor completely missed the point. Yeah. Well, Elden Ring is new and different. It looks amazing. It looks awesome. I agree. It looks really good. I'm definitely excited. I hope that at some point, I think I said this before, but I do hope at some point that From Software can do another kind of like medieval themed game that's more down to earth in the way that a lot of Demon Souls was. But I am definitely excited for Elden Ring. I think that's going to be really, really good. I think that's the closest thing to a sure thing you can get in the world of video games. But that was Virtua Fighter 2. Great game. Classic. That's basically Lon D from Shenmue, just like how Akira is basically Ryo, or Dio, or however you want to pronounce it. Let's see, what else we got? Starting to run out of Saturn games here. You can try Super Mode for Super Bomberman here, or Saturn Bomberman. This is a very inspired level. Yeah, it's awesome. I'm sorry I didn't live longer so you could see more of it. So we'll try Dragon Ball Z mode here in Saturn Bomberman. I think that's a message about not having enough save space. That's okay. So I uploaded a track from this a few weeks ago from the soundtrack because I couldn't find it anywhere else, so I uploaded it myself. But this game has a great soundtrack. Really, really good. From the same woman who did Bomberman Hero and lots of other stuff. Jun Chikima, I think. Let me double check. Yeah, Jun Chikuma. Cute opening. Yeah, absolutely. This game, from what I've played of it, seems to be like the pinnacle of 2D Bomberman. Great gameplay, great music. You get these really nice animated cutscenes. I mentioned Dragon Ball a minute ago. I've actually been watching the OG Dragon Ball. Because obviously I watched DBZ when I was younger, but I had never really watched the original series, so I've begun a full Dragon Ball marathon. I'm going to watch all the original series, and then Dragon Ball Kai, Super, all the movies. It's going to be great. And Bomberman's planet blew up in the intro there, so that's it. But here it is again. Here's that music. Yeah, we were talking about drum and bass and jungle earlier. This is that whole soundtrack. But yeah, I think this will probably be the last thing we do tonight here. We'll see how far we can get in the master game. So this master game, this is one life and it's all over. So it's kind of like hardcore mode, I guess, for Bomberman. There's that funky drummer beat again. So, story is basically Bomberman training to be the very best. He's the best bomber ever. He's literally got the Dragon Ball outfit on. I mean, I don't know how they got away with this. Look at that. But here we go. So if you die once, it's all over. So we gotta not die. See, it's all over. I fucked up already. He'll try again. Oh, it feels like lots and lots of important things came out in 1996. Yeah, it's really strange in retrospect now, like how much cool shit was happening in the 90s. And as a kid, so I didn't like perceive it, but it's like the media that was being released in the 90s. There was a lot of this feeling of like optimism and experimentation, and it's kind of sad to say, but a lot of that feeling kind of disappeared after the early 2000s. It felt like there definitely felt like there was a feeling of optimism that has been since disappeared, unfortunately. I really hope it can come back, but right now things aren't looking so great, unfortunately. Oh yeah. But this game is really good, Saturn Bomberman. I mean, it has a regular single player mode where you go through lots of different levels. There's this like master mode kind of going through. The multiplayer, of course, is fantastic. And supports up to 10 players with like the Saturn multi-tap. There we go. It's funny because one of those important things to me was Antichrist Superstar by Marilyn Manson, that came out in 1996, which started a trilogy of 3 amazing concept albums. That one was produced by Trent Reznor, right? I don't think I've listened to it. The only Marilyn Manson album I've ever listened to was Mechanical Animals, which I did like. I thought was really good. There we go. Bomb him. Oh! soundtrack is so good. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And then after that, in the early 2000s, it made one of the worst albums ever made. They're really good if you read the lyrics. Antichrist Superstar, Mechanical Animals, and Hollywood. Hollywood. Sorry, I'm kind of fanatic about those albums. Hey, that's cool. Like I said, I haven't listened to them other than Mechanical Animals, so I wouldn't be able to. I should, though. Especially if my boy T-Rez handled production on that stuff. I'm not as crazy about Nine Inch Nails as I was when I was oh shit. As I was when I was a teenager, but I still definitely like a lot of it. Downward Spiral and The Fragile being the best, in my opinion. I think it's hard to argue Downward Spiral is the best thing that ever came out of Nine Inch Nails, but there's plenty of great stuff too. Malice is the only Nine Inch Nails out. Yeah, listen to the album, the Downward Spiral. It's got it all. If you don't like that, you're not gonna like any Nine Inch Nails, I think. Shit, I might listen to that tonight after I finish the stream here. Victor, speaking of music, which are you guys' top 5 favorite albums? Tricky. Well, that's tough. I don't know if I could narrow it down to just 5. But we throw a couple out there off the top of my head. Selected It May It Works Volume 2 by FX Twin. Probably my top. What else? Probably could all be Aphex, honestly. It's definitely my favorite artist. God, let me think. Yeah, Selected It May It Works Volume 2. Yeah, it probably would basically be like all Aphex Twin albums. It is a hard question. It is definitely a hard question. I'm gonna pop in another game here too while we're talking about this. Vampire Savior, sure. So again, another game I now have the physical copy of, Vampire Savior, aka Darkstalkers 3. And I know a little bit more about this game, so I can kick some ass in it. Yeah, to answer this question, I probably have to go like stand in front of my like CD and LP collection. Man, it's hard to narrow it down. There's so much good music. Narrow it down to 5 albums is challenging, to say the least. Again, I gotta give props to Spoon for suggesting this and many other games. This is a dank game. KO. Spoon, could we go with an OST instead of an album? Oh man, that too. That's another thing. It's like... well, I think... I'm not going to speak for both of us, Spoon, but... The Conan the Barbarian soundtrack by Basil Polidorus is probably a big one for both of us, I would think. It definitely is for me. That's one of my favorite albums. I love that. I don't think so. Oh, so everyone please listen to 7 Idiots by World's End Girlfriend. I haven't, but I shall. Who doesn't like Succubus? Well, that's the point, right? Everybody loves Succubus until you get your soul stolen. This is like another South Park episode. It's like, goddamn Succubus! I need about a tree fitty. It's like Godzilla. I need about a tree fitty. poo. There's gotta be a morning after. Yeah, and you wake up in hell because you don't have a soul anymore. No, it wasn't worth it! Now I'm in hell. So why this like Victorian England werewolf guy has nunchucks, but hey, it's cool. Oh my god. After I finish this fight, I'm gonna take a quick, very short break, but while I do so, I'll go take a peek at my CDs, my albums, and I'll see if there's like a few titles that jump out to me immediately. But I will say, I think my #1 album is gotta be Selected Ambient Works Volume 2 by AFX Twin. And I think, given by what I perceive to be the tastes of everyone here, I think you would all probably get quite a bit out of that one. Well, let's see here. Alright, I'll be right back. Quick break. And I'll also come back with some music to recommend. Okay, back. All right. So, let's see. Get some gameplay going here. So let's see. Spoon. There's no album that's really stuck with me. I couldn't say. I'm all over the place. I think almost any pop band to at least one single I enjoy. Same. I guess that's why I might love so many movies and games OSPs. It's such a hodgepodge of styles and rhymes. Yeah, that's a solid thing. That's a fair thing to say. I know I said I was gonna come back with a bunch of like suggestions and stuff of like different artists, but as I said before, off the top of my head, my favorite artist is definitely Aphex Twin, especially his 90s output. If you guys are at all into electronic music, he's the quintessential artist, in my opinion. Selected Ambient Works 85 to 92. Selected Ambient Works Volume 2. I Care Because You Do. The Richard D. James album. Drux. All the stuff in between. It's all fantastic. Plus, he also released Alias's AFX, like the Analog Bubble Bath series, and Polygon Window, Surfing on Signed Waves. That's like it's my favorite music. And I like a lot of different music. I like hip hop, I like metal, I like classical. But at the end of the day, I think that's what it really, you know, he's my favorite. Easily. So listen, if you haven't listened to his like entire discography yet, you're missing out because so much of it is solid gold. Beyond that, I would say my favorite stuff is probably... It's hard to say. I mean, like a lot of other stuff in that realm. I really love Aw Tucker. I really like Square Pusher, at least his 90s output. Like I mentioned earlier, I'm a big fan of Luke Vibert. I really like Kraftwerk a lot. Outside of electronic music, I like a lot of different music and a lot of different genres. So I love Mozart, Beethoven, Rachmaninoff, although my favorite classical composer is probably Debussy. And one of my favorite albums of Debussy is Isao Tomida's Snowflakes Are Dancing. His album from like 1976 or something, where it's all like synthesizer performances of Debussy music. That's really good. Shit. I like a lot of classic rock. I really like Led Zeppelin and Pink Floyd. Obviously, like the two like major figureheads. I'm not as crazy about the Beatles as everyone else seems to be, but I really like early Beach Boys. But yeah, Led Zeppelin and Pink. As far as hip hop goes and rap, my favorites would probably be 3 6 Mafia and probably Tribe Called Quest, although I like Nas and Tupac as well. Who else? What other genres have I not mentioned here? So I got rock, classical, electronic. I had experience, so Pink Floyd, for example, I listened to them like religiously in my teens to the point where I kind of got burnt out on it. It's just like kind of got old to me because I listened to it so much. And So I didn't listen to Pink Floyd for like a decade, but recently I've been listening to them a lot again recently, and it's really nice. So on summer recently, I was at my parents' camp, and I was listening to Echoes and Dark Side of the Moon as I was sitting underneath a literal full moon, just watching a bunch of like mist crest across the water. And it was really beautiful. It was a really nice experience. But there's tons of industrial acts I like too. Like obviously I like Ministry a lot. Early Nine Inch Nails. Rammstein. And then yeah, tons of like soundtrack and film work, like the Conan the Barbarian soundtrack. Which I've always said, I feel like if that movie came out with a different name other than literally Conan the Barbarian, it probably would have gotten a significantly warmer reception. But at the very least, it deserved a lot bigger of a rep it got amongst like the general film-going public, solely because of the soundtrack by Basil Polidaris, which is probably my favorite film soundtrack of all time. It's just really incredible. Really wonderful, beautiful, emotionally evocative score that really does the heavy lifting of the most of that film, I think. You know, it functions almost like a narrator. Yeah, it's like the first 20, after the initial opening narration of that movie, there's like a 25 or 30 minute stretch where there is no dialogue. It's just the music doing all the heavy lifting for the emotional content of the film. And he is incredible. He's just an incredible composer. My favorite kinds of melodies are, and I'm talking about the kinds where you're literally there's not someone singing. When I describe something like lyrical melodies, where something is so emotionally evocative that it's really, really clear, you know, what the emotion is, you know, despite the fact that there's no lyrics. It's so obvious what the intended emotion is here. And he was a master at that. And then, of course, someone who else along the same lines who was obviously a master was Vangelis, this Blade Runner soundtrack. Plenty of his other work, too. If you guys like Vangelis, the artist I would definitely recommend is a guy named Kitaro, who did a lot of really similar stuff. It's very, very, very along the same lines. Kitaro. Kitaro. And the album, I would recommend checking out The Silk Road. So I definitely recommend checking out. And then, of course, there's tons and tons of excellent game composers. You know, there's all the big ones. Nobuo Uematsu, David Wise, and tons more. All like the big guys everyone knows about, but then you have tons and tons of these more obscure guys who are putting out just as quality material. All this gold. You know? And they don't get the legacy they deserve. Dean Evans, I think I've mentioned him before. He's an incredible artist. You know, he did like the Waterworld soundtrack on SNES along with a bunch of other things. And the music he did was like on the level of David Wise, but he unfortunately was working for game developers who were putting out, well, frankly, not very good games. You know, compared to stuff like Donkey Kong Country, which is not only a great game, but a great soundtrack. But Dean Evans, that was great, great music. Another guy, Alberto Gonzalez, lots of cool stuff. Did a lot of Game Boy soundtracks, which are really, really, really good. Just incredible stuff, really. I'm looking at my physical Saturn games here, and I think I've kind of exhausted the games that I've got. Been playing for a while now. So, let's see. I have to switch to one of these burn games. Alright, yeah. We'll take a crack back at a game I've played several times on streams here. We'll see how far I can get. We'll see how we do. You know, something I've noticed in all these like Japanese games here, and like the booklets, not only do they have phone numbers to call, you know, if you have any like difficulties or whatever, they have fax numbers as well. It's pretty cool. It's like faxing Capcom. You're like looking for advice in Vampire Savior. You fax them. 1995. Spoon. The music when RoboCop is reminiscing about his family. That's a great example of the kind of thing I'm talking about with Basil's music, because there's no dialogue in that scene, but because of the music, it's extremely clear the emotions that RoboCop himself is going through. It's just really, really good. And it's credit to Paul Verhoeven's direction that it manages to summarize all those feelings in like a really brief, concise scene. You know, like a lot of other directors would be like, they'd spend 20 minutes on that. You know, it'd be like RoboCop, like really like driving it home, like, oh, I miss my family, I miss being a normal man or whatever. But no, it manages to capture that quickly and effectively, and it's all good. Well, let's see how far we can make it in Shinobi X here tonight. Another great soundtrack for a game here. Maybe the last time I played on stream, we'll see. Oh, another legendary soundtrack composer, Ennio Morricone. Hello? Maybe the best of all time. Jesus, how did I forget about him? I've actually been listening to the Good, the Bad, and the Ugly soundtrack basically on repeat for the last week. What a genius. Ecstasy of Gold, the trio. It's almost funny to me how like the main theme got the kind of like mainstream like, you know, status where it's like the default go-to where like somebody's trying to make like some kind of like cowboy western joke in any kind of contemporary, you know, piece of media. You're like, but that soundtrack is so immense and legendary. Like, that title theme is memorable, but it's not even close to the best piece of music in that soundtrack. Ecstasy of Gold or the trio all the way. I wish there was some way we could do like movie watch-throughs on YouTube without the channel getting deleted. You know, just like queue up a movie, watch it together, talk about it. That would be amazing. YouTube, if you're listening, I would pay for that. Let me pay like 20 bucks for like a group viewing or whatever. I'll do it. I think Amazon has something like that, but we don't want to support Amazon here, do we? Oh, so we could watch it individually and just sync it up. That's what this VTuber I watched does. That's a good idea. We could do that. I've been thinking about watching Kickboxer lately, the Van Damme movie. I might do that. That would be sweet. I would love to watch stuff with you guys. Maybe we'll see. I'll think about that. See how we can do that. It's probably way more expensive to make a public projection streaming. Yeah, absolutely. Like, they don't... Video games, they'll crack down on soundtracks and stuff like, no, we're not gonna let you monetize this 20-year-old video game. But watch a movie that's currently available on streaming services, like, we're gonna fuck you up. No, you can't do this. Picture of this mask is creepy. Yeah, it is. Of course, then totally offset by these ridiculously cheesy live-action cutscenes. We'll figure out a way. I want to watch RoboCop with you guys. Oh, that's one of my favorite movies. I think that would be very fun to watch as a group. Which I have before, but obviously it's been a while. I watched it in the before times, you know. I really miss doing stuff like that. I feel like it's been so long now. Just like hanging out in groups and doing stuff. So I probably said this before, I think, and I probably prefaced it with the same warning. Like, I don't want to get too real with you guys here. Yeah, we're all just chilling on a Sunday night stream here, but the timing of this, of like the start of the pandemic was unfortunate on a couple levels. As I broke up with my girlfriend and I at the time split up last year in like June, and normally in a situation like that it'd be like, okay, well, this sucks, but you know, at least you can go hang out with your friends and go do like social stuff, you know? But because of the timing, it didn't work out so well. It's like for a year now, it's like, man, I really, more than ever, would really like to have some social contact, but obviously gotta be responsible. this boss. It's like Kabuki guy wearing like some motorcycle gear here. There we go. Ooh, yeah. Spoon. Watch party on Discord works really well for real. Nice. Well, let's do that. Let's watch some shit on Discord. Let's do it. That'd be a lot of fun. Mouse, my life didn't change at all when lockdown happened. Yeah. I mean, honestly, mine didn't either, really, with the exception of, like, I lost my life partner. I laugh, but it's pretty hard for a very, very, very long time. It's still kind of hard sometimes, but it is what it is. Federico, welcome. Nice FMV. Yeah, this game is some classic FMVs, my man. I love these costumes. Okay, now act pissed off. You got it, boss. Stage 3. Mount Fuji. Or a field in front of Mount Fuji, to be more accurate. Oh wait, no, the factory. My bad. We just did Mount Fuji. Also, dinosaurs! Weird dinosaurs. So these like assholes with the bazookas. Really challenging. This is where the game starts becoming a little more challenging. Oh. Yeah, the stage is ridiculous. These dinosaurs are absurd. I feel like if they had stuck with like the traditional 2D sprite art for this game, it would have been a massive hit. But they went with the like Mortal Kombat style pre-rendered actor captures or whatever, and it certainly has its charm, but I don't know if it was the best choice in the end. But there's another thing I mentioned before, is the soundtrack to this game. What you're hearing now is only in the European version. Like the Japanese version came out and Sega of Europe was like, no, this isn't good enough for a Shinobi game. So they got a unique soundtrack for the European releases for Shinobi here on the Saturn. And having listened to both of them, I think that the European version, which we're hearing, is overall a definitely better soundtrack. No! It's toxic gas. Ninja vs. Dinosaur feels like a playground. Who would win battle? Yeah, you're right. No! He's got like a sword. I don't care how big the dinosaur is. He's got a katana sword and ancient ninja skills. Alright, let's focus. One more hit. No! Damn it. Ah, come on. So really the trick is just keep doing this like jump spin attack and you're good. It's kind of like a Lovecraftian background here. You guys notice that? Not Lovecraft, H.R. Geiger. I don't know why I said Lovecraft. It's got, yeah, a Geiger background here, big time. Alright, we did it. Oh yeah. Another great cutscene here, folks. Yes. This sounds like, who is that? This is like some 70s or 80s like rock band, Boston or something. Some single that one of those bands had at this time. Alright, you guys enjoy this cutscene. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Thank you for waiting. Saturn controller has fallen on the ground again. Sorry, Saturn. I mean you no harm. You do have the best 2D controller of all time, so sorry about that. Confusing HR with HP. Kind of cranks the weapon at idle animation. Yeah. Yeah, this controller is amazing. I think I might even prefer the Saturn controller over the SNES controller now. I know it might be sacrilege to some of you, but... And I grew up with a Super Nintendo controller. So for me to say that about the Saturn pad is no small thing. This is a good controller. Alright, here we go. Let's crank the whip! Let's beat this level, at the very least. It's got a great soundtrack, like the rest of the game. Dropping bombs. See, if you're doing that kind of like dash move, you can chop them in half, no problem. But if you're moving at regular speed, that doesn't really work for whatever reason. And you can bounce off them, no problem. There we go. Crack that. I watched a really interesting documentary on YouTube. It wasn't originally made for YouTube yesterday. I'd say yesterday. It wasn't originally made for YouTube, but it was called Beef. It was just kind of like a documentary of conflict in hip-hop, basically. To put it mildly. This is, you know, stuff like Nas versus Jay-Z and all that. It's narrated by Ving Rhames. It's pretty cool. Like when Ice Cube left NWA and was like feuding with Eazy-E and all that for a little while. And same thing when Dre left. Pretty funny. Pretty it was a well-made documentary. Oh my god. Crushed! He broke his skull. I at least want to beat this level so you can guys see the absolute bullshit that is the mind level after this. So this game could have been a lot better. This game's not bad, but there's just some things like the hit detection and stuff in this that are just not fair. Like that, for example. Don't get crushed because you will get killed. Oh, so the camera looks bad too, like the way it moves. When you switch direction, absolutely. Yeah. Overall, it's not too bad, but this game, if I were to rank it against like the Genesis Shinobi games, I'd definitely put it last. Yeah, it's like Revenge of Shinobi, Shinobi 3, and then this game. This game is definitely not as good as those ones, but it's still pretty good. Still a pretty good game. You can't block fire, Mr. Shinobi. Sorry. So for those of you not playing, that camera might be a little nauseating. But fortunately, the level's over. So here's the boss. the bullshit boss. So I think my Saturn is like, I don't know. I might need to do like a recap on my Saturn because it seems like the audio is being put out like too hot or something. You know, it's like there's like a little bit of clipping. I don't know if that's my PC's like audio input or the Saturn itself, but it seems like it may be a little too hot. Oh my god. Oh no. Alright, one more try. There we go. We got this. A lot of RNG at play here, I think, too. It's like whether or not your the platform you're standing on is gonna get all funky or whatever. And did you hit the oh shit button when you hit the power up here? Yeah, get out of here, you jerk. I do like how this level complete theme gets like progressively more elaborate as you play. Like it adds more and more instruments. It's a nice touch. Oh yeah. Oh no. Kazuka. Thanks, babe. Hey, let's go chill on the mountain.
Kazuma は何を企んでいる。
この幼児悪なきでたし、そこに君臨しようと。
そのために最終奥義。
Oh my god, this is awesome. It's like a soap opera
人道継承者である翔歌
with ninjas.
カズマ。今闇の力に打ち勝てるのは翔。あなたしかいないわ。
しかし。
So I feel like there's been a lack of darkness in movies lately, even horror movies. Well, at least from when I was last watching movies. I haven't seen anything lately, so I couldn't remark too much on that in the last like year or so. But prior to that, I would agree. I think the darkest film I saw in the last like decade was probably Black Swan. In terms of things getting like a major commercial release, that is a pretty dark movie. I definitely recommend it. It's really good. Very, very, almost like a Silent Hill kind of vibe. Definitely creeped me the hell out when I saw it in theaters.
これはまだ初めの一歩。 筆人に書かれた山をも簡単に消せるというわ。
師匠が隠していた意味がわかるような気がする。
It's the MS Paint lightning there. Oh no!
話は一部始終聞かせてもらった。この女はもらっていくぞ。
I would love to see some like behind the scenes footage of them filming these cutscenes. I think it'd probably be incredible. Okay, now this level. Oh god. This level. This is one of the worst stages I've played in any classic game like this. This level sucks. So we'll see how we do here. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do to start? I'm gonna kill myself. Oh, can't do that. Over here. I'll do it over here. No, we want to die. Because this stage has one checkpoint past all of like the bullshit minecart stuff, which we're going to be doing in a minute here. And it is horrific. Alright. Also, you notice what he says when you hit continue? Sega! Sega! So I remember I was watching an old movie with my dad and a stuntman jumped off a cliff and my dad just says, yeah, he died from the stunt. Oh god. And I was just sad the rest of the movie. Yeah, that's hardcore. That's, intense. That's one of those things where it's like, do we use this footage? You know, a guy fucking died in the making of it? That's a challenging call to make. It's like, would the stuntman would he have wanted you to use this footage? I guess that's what it comes down to. Like asking like the people who knew him best or her best or them best. It's like the Twilight Zone movie. There was like a helicopter accident and several people died. And they went on and, you know, completed the movie. Or something like, you know, The Crow with Brandon Lee. You know, he was killed in the making of it. They supposedly destroyed the footage that they were recording when he was killed on camera in that. But obviously the film was still released. So that's a really tough call to make. But anyway, this is the minecart level here in Shinobi X. And as you can see, this stage fucking sucks. This is the worst level in the game by far. You need to spend the entire time crouched, blocking, and you're still gonna get hit. But you gotta do that at least. And then deal with these ridiculous jumps in between. You just gotta keep turtling the whole time. And there are no checkpoints this entire section. If you die, you gotta start the whole thing over from the beginning. We're doing pretty good. But don't ever complain about the minecarts in Donkey Kong Country because this is much worse. Like, look at this. Look at this. Fortunately, if you die here, you get to start at the beginning of this elevator, which is kind of like a kind of a monkey paw type deal, because this part sucks too. But at least the music is cool. No! Oh my god, it's almost 1 a.m. Well, we'll see if we can beat the stage at least, then I might call it a night. These guys, it's like impossible to avoid damage. This music is pretty dope though. No doubt about that. Oh my god! For some reason those bass synths just make me feel so sad. Oh, Mouse, I'm sorry. I understand where you're coming from with that, though. I have things like that quite often. Very ominous baseline. These guys throwing so many ninja stars. Come on, give me a break. Oh, thank you. It actually gave me a break. Well, look at that. This elevator goes on for a while. Like, I know this is kind of like a old school video game trope, like the elevator, like fighting all the enemies, but this is ridiculous. I'll give this one more shot. One more try. It is pretty loud, the mix, that bass line. Oh my god, look at this. Alright. Okay. Oh. I've had it. That's enough. I can't play this anymore. No, I'm just too frustrated. I can't play this anymore. This is like halfway through the game. There's... The furthest I've gotten in this game is the stage after this, which is definitely better. But I can't do it. I'm really tired. So I'm gonna call it a night. Let's see. We'll give it one more try. Fuck it. Let's try it one more time. Really try this time. I'm gonna glue my eyes to the screen here. Watch out for the bombs. You know, I don't use the knives at all in this, the kunai. Maybe I should start doing that. I always stick with the sword. I never throw the daggers in this one. Always be blocking. Always be blocking. It's like they set you up in ways where it's like they know you're gonna attack. So if some guy spawned from up above, I throw a dagger at you in the meantime. This makes me so mad. Oh my god! Oh, you ninja bastards! No. No more. No more! Count it down! I can't take this anymore! Not now. Not this time of night. No, maybe I can. Alright, let's do it. Wait, do I have to start it back at the cave? No! No, I refuse! No more! No way am I playing that level again. Nada. Absolutely not. No way in hell. Forget it. Absolutely not. Ugh. No way. No, I can't do this anymore. See ya. Yeah. No, these ninjas can kiss my ass. I'm not doing this again. That's ridiculous. We'll play one more game tonight before we call it a night. And again, we'll play a real game, as in a real physical copy of a game. Here we go. The last game for tonight. And the last game before we commence the big Halloween October marathon. One last non-spooky theme game. That's right.
Sega Rally Championship.
It's Sega Rally Championship. Oh yeah. I'll just say the sound effects in this game are immaculate. Listen to this. Ooh yeah. That's such a good sound. Oh. Let's see how far we can make it. And then I'm gonna go eat some food after this.
3, 2, 1, go.
This game actually has very good handling for a game of this vintage. These cars feel extremely good.
Over jump. Easy right. Long medium right. Check one. Easy right. Over jump. Easy left.
It's another game that would probably
Easy left. Easy right.
get a lot out of using the 3D pad, the Sega Saturn 3D pad.
Easy right, baby.
So I'll definitely order at some point.
Finish.
Finish! Again, I keep mentioning the boxes, the cases for these games, but they're really good. Like this one, it takes so much pride in the fact that this officially represents like sports. Let me look at this here actually.
2.
Let me see here. The automobiles depicted in this game appear by courtesy of Toyota and Lancia. So they're like very proud. These are the real deal cars here.
1, go. Very long, easy right. Long, easy right, baby. Very long, easy left. Checkpoint.
Checkpoint.
Medium left, baby. Wow.
Wow.
Long, medium right. Caution, hairpin right. Checkpoint.
I think of Sega Lord X just frowning at my performance right now. Sega Lord X. And you're sucking at this game right now.
Medium right. Easy right, easy left. Long, medium right.
Watch out for the pedestrians! No! Oh, so close! Yes.
Finish.
Mouse, I can't believe there's a Final Fantasy cart now. Is there? I didn't know about that. There's like a Chocobo Racer on the PS1 that has like some Final Fantasy stuff though. There's like Chocobo, Black Mage, White Mage, a Goblin,
3, 2, 1,
like that.
go. Easy left. Easy left. Easy right. Easy left. Checkpoint. Take left.
Oh god, I just blew it. I know it. I blew it.
Long, easy left. Caution, hairpin right.
See, I'm better at the motorcycle games now than I am at the
Long,
car
medium
games.
left. Checkpoint. Easy left.
That's okay. Motorcycles are cooler than bikes, right? I mean, Jesus. Motorcycles are cooler than cars, right? No, we're right there! We're right there! Ah. That's alright. I'm like falling asleep. Yeah. There you go. Here's your meme. Alright. Alright, guys. I gotta go to bed. I'm falling asleep here. I'll make a fool of myself before I stay on much longer. But that was a good stream. We've been playing for about 4.5 hours. Nice Sega Saturn. Yeah, mouse. Game over, yeah! Oh yeah. I think that clip alone has like a couple million views on YouTube. But yeah. Alright, let me take a look at the calendar here as we wrap up. So it's the 27th now, right? So here's the plan for October. Our Spooky Games month. As I mentioned earlier, I'm going to be streaming 3 times a month in October. We'll see if that continues afterwards, but at the very least for October, I'm going to be streaming 3 times a month as I play all of these cool, spooky, horror, Halloween, October-y games. So the schedule is going to be Sunday, Wednesday, Friday. So 3 times a week. So that means this Friday, October 1st, is going to be the first stream. Okay? So if you're watching, whether that be live right now or afterwards, come on back for October 1st around 8:30 p.m. And that's going to be the kickoff for our Halloween spooky dooky Halloween October month of streaming. So again, that's Sunday, Wednesday, Friday, starting on Friday, October 1st, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time, whatever that is in your time zone, that's when it's going to start. But until then, I hope you guys all have a great week, a great day, great night, a great week. Thank you for tuning in, checking out the stream, whether it was live or afterwards. I really appreciate it. Get ready for October, because it's going to be a blast. It's going to be a wonderland of horror, amusement, and entertainment, and I am super excited. I'm so looking forward to it. So, this Friday, be there, be square. You'll pay for the whole seat, but you'll only need the edge. I'll see you guys October 1st. Good night. Adios.